All right, let's get to it. Let's just get to it, chat. We're not gonna sit here in the pre-roll forever. Hi, and of course.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Are you done? Are you good? Anything else? I don't think Sunstar said anything today. Hi, Murdoch. How are you doing? Hi, Prey. Are you ready to behave, chats? I have a couple things. I have some good news and some bad news. Are we ready to hear it? Apparently not. Apparently not. The answer is no. I have a Sunset Sarsaparilla delivery on the way. Wait, isn't that from Fallout?
All right.
Oh my God.
My trick. No, listen.
I need to figure out how to set up some kind of limit so that y'all can't redeem those in like the first, say, 10 minutes of stream. Because every time now I go to upload a fucking VOD to YouTube, the like auto-generated thumbnail is always the first fucking second of the goddamn Armstrong thing. So it's just Armstrong's face every time. Good news is Beef is married? That is true. That is good news. What's the bad news? Do you want the bad news first or the good news first? Wait, Jamie. For fuck's sake. Okay. All right. What's your reading routine, Janie? Is it something small? Is it something short that I can do during like our hour pre-roll? Also, hi, Jared. Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Sounds like a good thumbnail to me. It doesn't work if every single one is that. I have to change it anyway. Yeah, what would you do if every single VOD that you uploaded that was like, okay, we're playing Ghostwire Tokyo, we're playing Dystopicon, we're playing just any game that's supposed to be something else, but the thumbnail is fucking Armstrong. It's stupid. Alaska's music when reading? Janie, I'm not doing webtoons. I'm not doing webtoons. I'm not doing a multi-character thing for the 50k redeem. Those are for like copy pastas or like an SCP article. But now I'm curious, so I'm gonna go look this up. And if I find out this is some sort of weird fetish romance webtoons, drama, fill her mother's vision of the perfect daughter. However, when her less than perfect younger brother is tragically found drowned in the river, doubts plague her heart. She begins to suspect that her mother might be responsible for the unspeakable act. From then on, her paramount goal becomes escaping her mother's grasp, while all her mother wants is for so young to experience the perfect life she herself was denied. And there's 126 episodes. Well, chapters. We'll say chapters. It's called Brother Sister. It's about a brother and a sister who do what? Let me look at it. All right, good news, bad news. Wait, that only went to 27. Hold on. There we go. All right, good news, bad news. Bad news is, what's your pleasure, what's your fear? I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. It's my basically required yearly checkup to keep getting my medicine. Bad news is, as of last year in January, the clinic I went to stopped getting funding, which could potentially mean that this year, I have to pay out of pocket completely, and it's going to be expensive. Years ago, it was something like $200 per visit. But the thing is, I won't know if I have to pay the full price for everything until fucking tomorrow. The good news is, it doesn't interfere with stream time. It's before stream time. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the gist of it. It's never fun paying out of pocket.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through this Webtoons comic. Again, this is a multi-character venture that starts with them as children. She's like maybe in middle school, maybe. Okay, well, the brothers, they already said the brother dies at 12. Flashback, the brother is 3 years younger than the main character, which means she has to be younger than 15 at this point. Okay, I am not doing this. I am not especially doing the first chapter of a girl going through parental trauma. Webtoons are off the table. A multi-character shenanigans kind of thing is off the table. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm only a third of the way through this. Holy shit. No, Jamie. I'm not doing this. Jesus Christ, just do chapter 1. This is a 100-page comic. Even then, I would have done what's that one, like, spooky lady in front of a hospital that's used to be like an animated Webtoons? Huge up tops? What? Hi, Pippin. Why can't we adapt our healthcare system like Japan? At least theirs works. No, because there's too much money in private healthcare, obviously. Obviously. But yeah, if anybody donates to the next wheel spin, that's what this is going to be going to. That is what these shenanigans are going to be going to. If we get any today. I'll definitely know tomorrow by stream if I like owe something. But I'll probably have to, if I do owe something on the spot, then I'm gonna have to pull it out of savings. Yeah. Why sad? Because I won't do the webcomic. I don't know any copy pastas. Can we refund it? Is it possible to refund the reading redeem? Do it again when you have an idea. Because no, I'm not doing a webcomic. A webcomic requires multiple characters and at least some prep time. I'm used to some webtoons being decently short, like per chapter, but that one is like the entirety of like the girl's like setup and then her kind of at like an adult age. Money and interest is rather keep the system that keeps making them richer. Correct. They need prep time. I mean, that's like if somebody does the wheel spin where we do like the live record thing. That's why it's later, is so that I can go find a story that I know I can do and like go through it and make sure it kind of like fits and it's something that like I'd like to upload somewhere. Robbed and bamboozled? Sure, you got your points back. Whatever. 400 confirmed kills. I hope everyone. I think somebody's done the marine copy pasta before, or maybe it was like a parody of the marine copy pasta. I want to say somebody made me do like a parody of the marine copy pasta. Oh, I know webtoons can go a long time. That's obvious. Like there's some webtoons or some manhwa out there that are hundreds of chapters, but it's like I'm so used to usually them being chopped up at different points. Found a bunch of gift cards I forgot about years ago and they still work, so I've been hunting for as much Vods stuff to order as I can. Gift cards for... Wait, are there gift cards for like Fallout merch? Where's Sunstar? I think Sunstar's dead. I don't know. Sunstar may be busy. It's also... We had daylight savings time in the US, which is why we're technically an hour early. Amazon cards? Oh, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, chat, do we want to take the piss with something that I saw today? Who's seen the trailer for Pikmin? Has anybody seen the trailer for Pikmin? Retired swordsman becomes a teacher is actually short, so that works for me. It's called Pikmin. And we're gonna watch the trailer. Let me really quick change the settings and stuff. And I'm not gonna tell you anything. What the fuck is Pikmin? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. All right, let me get the screen in. Does this already look familiar to anyone? Hi, Mocha. How are you doing? Pikmin? No, Pikmin. Pick spelled like pickaxe. I pick you. Okay, do y'all want me to just play this once through and then we can take the piss out of it? Or do you want me to take the piss out of it the first time around? Is this the Power World clone Nintendo made using AI? I don't think it was that way, but it's Power World clone. You can't have a Power World clone when a Power World is a clone of Pokemon with fucking Unity assets slammed into it. I'm working and can't look. Oh no. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do the first time. Pause. Actually, hold on. We'll go a little bit longer. Oh, hey. Is that fucking Link as the main character? Is that a Pikachu on his back? And is that fucking Giratina fused with Rayquaza? That's literally Link's glider, by the way. It's just recolored. I swear that looks like an old, like, Japanese kids show. Like, it looks kind of like, oh, what was it? I may be misremembering the logo, but the Yokai Watch. It looks weirdly like the Yokai Watch logo, I think. Wait a second. Go back. There's the, hold on, let's change this to display so you can see my mouse. Here's my mouse. It's the black speck here. Is that motherfucking Zapdos?
A lovely
Or sorta
gift from the beauty
Zapdos.
up front.
Holy shit! Mocha! So it's multiplayer? I think so. It seems like it. Those are... So we got one character here and one character over here. This is what Mary should have evolved into. Some weird Pokemon that looks like it's wearing a bag on its head. Is it a squirrel? I think it's a squirrel that's like holding two scythes or something. What in the fresh fuck is that? Also, water ferrets. What the fuck are you? This looks like those like goofy plastic toys that companies would release as like an alternative to Pokemon toys that were just for kids. Like this looks like something that would be like mostly rubber that like a toddler would chew on. Is they could make something cool and original, but they don't follow the trend of edgy Redditors will love this. Huh. So you know what, how I just said that I was going to a doctor's appointment tomorrow? I just got a message from my pharmacy that my stuff is ready for pickup. Even though days ago it was saying that they couldn't contact my provider. I literally just now got the text message. I just saw my phone light up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's been a year since I've gone for a checkup. I probably should just go anyway. Right? The thing is, like, let me actually check. Let's check the pharmacy app real quick while we side tangent. I was gonna say, because last time I went, we didn't do blood work. So it's been over a year since I've got blood work. Wait, Discord went down? Discord's down. Discord seems fine to me. Yeah, I should probably still go. If I can afford more too, maybe I'll do some like cancer screenings or something while I'm there. Click a channel. Okay, let's see. Let's go to my own server. Yeah, seems to be working fine. I have no problem. Let's try a different one. Okay, messages failed to load. Message failed to load. Message failed. Okay. For some reason, my own server's working fine. I'm just better, dude. I'm just better. Yeah, I'm failing on every other channel. And I did see somebody put test in general chat, so it's working for somebody else. Odd. Very odd. All right, back to this. Also, actually, hold on. Wait a second. Oh, that went too far back. That's fine, though. What is this thing up here? Why does it feel like a water version of Venusaur? Right? I'm not the only one that sees that. Oh, there's also something else here that looks like kind of beaverish, I think. I think that's like a beaver tail. Kind of hard to tell. Okay, but Scorpion. I think that's a humanoid because that looks like little feet. And this is like a cape. Motherfucking Breloom? Seriously? Seriously? What clip did I make? Is it the boom one? Not the boom one. The scream one? Oh yeah, this is literally just recolored Breloom. That's the vulture Pokemon. This looks like a fucking Ark Survivor evolved, survival evolved setup. There's like pins over here with a bunch of other stuff in it. Deer running around. Motherfucker, what did you do to Swampert? What the shit did you do to my boy? What the fuck are those? Look at him. Oh, I'm upset. They turned him into like, what was the, like Pow World had the, what was it called? There was like this cute little dino monster in Pow World that everybody was obsessed with. It's that mixed with Swampert. They slapped all of Swampert stuff on him. Welcome to Modesto. Modesto? Like the beer? They butchered my boy. The thing too is this game in Power World also has the same issue. Wait a fucking second. Is that an Aetheryte? Is that a motherfucking Final Fantasy 14 Aetheryte? That's Modelo? Oh, you're right. Ah, somebody else saw it. Thank you, Lyoko. Somebody else noticed it too. The thing too with these games, like I was saying with Power World, it has this issue where it is very obviously made in like Unity or Unreal or something. And they've, quote, made their own assets. And all the stuff that they made looks like these guys, these cutesy, almost like very little texture, very overly like children's toy looking creatures. And then the world is fucking almost an attempt at like realism, like actual grass, actual plants, actual rock textures. This tower is almost certainly stolen because there are so many details to it. Is that a fucking fire llama? That's literally just Link. That's straight up Link's outfit from like the start of the Switch games. Okay, I think I'm getting a call from the pharmacy, so I don't need to worry about that. That's just going to be a machine call. Oh boy, it has the same slavery mechanic as fucking Pow World. Also, is that motherfucking Grovile right here? And like these green dudes, not this one at the very bottom, but like these two that are on the line closest to us, they look exactly like the gray, like, what was his name in Power World? It was like Depresso or something. There's the fucking Lucario character. That looks almost exactly like the Power World one. Hey, there's Piplup. There we go. What in the sweet fuck is that? Is this where I'm gonna say a thing and everybody's gonna nah. This is where Pedo Bear has been since 2010. He's secretly been training in the mountains, apparently. Pokemon are terrified of how popular Power World was. This isn't made by Nintendo. Power World also wasn't fun. I'm sure some people had some fun here and there. I've never found enjoyment in Power World. Not even watching it. I think it was mediocre to the extreme. It felt so much like just as many assets and systems that they could buy and slam together to make a game that's only kind of half-baked. And again, it has the same problem that the environments are so high detail, but the character models and the fucking monsters are so cartoonish. The human sloth. Oh, and they use cards. It's okay, guys. They use cards. It's not Pokeballs. All right, there's Giratina Rayquaza again. Moltres. Average Dragon. Is that Frostlass combined with the little psychic Pokemon? Look at this huge bitch. I think it was the same hands that the bear dude had. Mixed with Card Captor. And name him Mr. President, no reason? Probably. The thing is, too, though, is this game already does the thing where rather than building a team for battling 100%, you're catching and collecting Pokemon, or these creatures, Pikmin, to essentially put them to work, to just automate your survival. Is that Ronnie? Ronnie? from... You make me think of Digimon for some reason, but I don't think that's right. Miss Magius? I was thinking Frostlass and no, the psychic, the little furry psychic, that like the male and female look very different. Like one's white and one's blue. I don't remember their names because they're from a generation that I never played. That's the same thing with Power World. I mean, Power World was literally that. Yes, the evolved sad cat. Exactly. Ralts? No, not Ralts. They're furry. Meowstick. This is the one that I was thinking of. Because the ears from behind. Meowstick has the mega? Did not know that. Did not know that. I'm taking the #1 spot from Sunstar and Fish. Sunstar is just MIA, I guess, today. What in the sweet fuck are you? Oh my god. Oh, don't look at the camera, dude. Don't look at the camera. Own the little feather market, but if you can't do something interesting and unique enough, it's unique in a way, but it has the problem of looking stupid as shit. If they pull out guns in here like Power World did, it looks ridiculous. The idea of being like, all right, guys, here's like elementally empowered creature monsters that can spit fire, shoot lightning, throw ice, whatever. Give them a minigun. Fucking why? Why? Also, why does this thing seem to fly or slide on its belly or something? Oh my fucking god. Rope? I'm feeling rope. What were you saying? It's fucking insane, dude. It's fucking insane. It's so stupid. You can't see it very well, but this guy right here is holding a fucking 4-slot rocket launcher. That's what I was thinking. I'm pretty sure I've seen this as like a boss creature in Power World. Uh-oh, chat's reloading. It has the same feel of just like, all right, guys, people are getting older and don't want to play Pokemon anymore. It doesn't have the same vibe. How can we get the ball and gun gamers to enjoy a game? Give them a gun. Why? Why not just make attacks cooler? Why not put in the work to make the abilities that whatever creatures you are using to battle more interesting? Gestures to Digimon? Yeah, but Digimon have machine monsters. And like, technically they could make a monster that was a machine in this game or in Pokemon or anything. There are machine Pokemon in Pokemon. Wow, that didn't take long. I'm starting to think maybe I'm a prophet. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be shitting me. You're joking. No, it's different. He has like horse feet and he holds the swords. They're not his arms. Also, there's the weird Lucario looking Egyptian Lucario in the background. That's straight up that fucking Pokemon. Oh, it has a centaur body. Okay, yeah, no, see, it's totally different. Fuck's sake, dude. Okay, is the motor... What in the Kamen Rider fuck is that motorcycle? It's not straight up Lucario. It's like a weird Egyptian side piece Lucario. From Violets? No, it's not the exact same. It's not actually not even close to that. I don't even know if that's going to be one of the creatures, but I feel like we're being introduced to a new character because there's too many details in this character for them to be just like a player character. Sweet fucking Christ. They gave her a whale tail and a deep dive. Oh my God, she has nipples. And it was a fucking monster. The booty shorts, the whale tail, the fucking deep plunge leotard, nipples showing. I was gonna say, it's very much like that one character from that mecha show. Yeah, 02. Oh, come on. Wait. Motherfucker, that's Roadhog. I'm starting to think some indie devs are just a mistake, dude. It's not Junktown, it's Bartertown. Oh, yes, Street Pig and his gang. Oh, did you? Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. There it is. That thing? Whatever the fuck this is. Look how big her fucking chest is. Can't tell whatever the fuck is in that cage. Some Jirachi substitute, I'm guessing. Okay. I am 99% sure so many of these like larger monsters that they're putting in this game are all using the same shitty fat little like dinosaur model that they're just modifying slightly. It's kind of like Agron body almost. What in the sweet fuck are you? Why does it have boobs? Why does it have huge boobs? Why does the weird feathered nighttime creature have huge boobs? Derivative design is the chutification of Nintendo core games. This is in-shitification at its finest. Rakamon, shut up. Oh God, is this summoning one of them? That's the same shitty ass body with different attachments. Copyright Pokegame / Network Go. Oh boy, what is this? What could this be? Motherfucker, that's Ganondorf. Well, look at you. It's insane. This ain't Entang. His arms are too big. There's feet back there. This is just Ganondorf. Hi, SGC. Thank you for the follow. Hi, video. How are you doing? Zone of the Enders? That's so fucking stupid, dude. That's so stupid. So they took the Switch Legend of Zelda game. They brought in Pokemon. And then they gave it a Ark Survival Evolved survival system where you can enslave the creatures that you catch to do work for you so that it automates things. And then there's Roadhog, I guess. Seeing fan games now, true. Like this game can only be a slam dunk, right? It could only be a legal slam dunk. Satisfactory with less morals? That's saying something considering the plot of Satisfactory. And at least Satisfactory made their own fucking materials. Yeah, I was gonna say 02's in there, or knockoff 02. Like, hold on. I actually want to see real quick. We're gonna do a quick slide across. Again, we have Rayquaza Giratina. What I'm looking for is creatures that use the same, like, little dragon body. He's using the same dragon body, so that's one. We have the Swampert creature that's using it. That's two. That's a llama. Pikachu with a fucking haircut. Also, there's Lucario thing again. If you want to see him, there he is. Emochu, kind of. Also, why is there a normal fucking cow right here? And a seemingly normal sheep? That's not the electric sheep that we saw earlier. What the fuck are these two? Okay, I'm holding the image. So we have two creatures that are using the same body. I don't know. Maybe they can. Yeah, I was gonna say she has a massive chest. All right, can I move it now? Can we move on to keep looking for the same reused body? Penguin. The weird seal thing that we saw. The bear. Rayquaza Giratina is back again. There's the third one that has the same dragon body. I don't know if I can count that big lion thing there, but it's feeling pretty similar. I think it is. I think the lower half is basically just a slightly modified dragon body. I'm going to count that as 4. It just has bigger hands. Fucking minigun, dude. Then we get the centaur that's totally not a direct ripoff. Whatever this dragon is has the same body. That's 5. That's a 4-legged one, so that one's fine. There's 6. That's our 6th one with the same, like, fat bottom body. And then there's this thing. Christ. And then he's going to summon the jet dragon thing. Which has the same body. That is 7. And what's left is just the Ganon one. 7. 7 fucking creatures. 7 different creatures, mind you. 7 different creatures with the same fucking body layout. Christ, dude. I hate it. I hate it. And I know people are gonna fucking eat it up. Is it already out? Let's actually check, because I think it's shadow dropped. Pikmin. Okay, no, it's not out yet. To be announced. Ugh. Epic storyline. Traverse the mysterious continent with your companions, uncover lost history, and thwart the schemes of a shadowy organization. Okay, and it looks like they actually have other monsters as like gifts on their Steam page that weren't in the trailer. Like a very obviously just steel Torterra with spikes instead of trees. That's fucking Grovile, dude. That's fucking Grovile. Hi, Sunstar. Everybody was worried where you were. Good morning, princess. Okay, so developer Pocket Game, publisher Network Go. Okay, it's the first game they've ever released. What is Network Go? The only thing they've ever released before is Hanya World. So I need some water. A tribute game to MapleStory and Minecraft. Motherfucker, is that the rice car from fucking Initial D? Was that Simone from fucking Gurren Lagann? Okay, no wonder. No wonder this company only fucking publishes ripoffs and like reference games. And it's a side scroller. Good lord, dude. Brought me before you once again, it seems, after almost 4 months. Also, high five for remembering Ghostwire. Great game. It's the best Japanese horror game. We're going to be getting into it shortly. We lollygagged on this. It has only one other game, and it's releasing, I guess, publishing this other one. I don't know how fucking desperate they are. Let me at least get the game open so we can swap over to having it in the background. All right. And you're supposed to be on the other page. There we go. And we'll go ahead and swing over here. Just so that we have it in the back, because I started the stream on the game and I kind of just want to have it visible. The shit show that is Pikmin. Nah, we'll bring back... Goodness, we'll bring back the other music. But it's... I said this earlier, it's the enshittification of games. It's this... Well, guys, there's these assets out there that we can just buy and use and just barely change. Or we can just make a bunch of monsters that basically look like baby's first animation project. And I know there's going to be types of people that are going to be like, oh, so you're gatekeeping game dev? No, fuck no, dude. I can't make a game. I can't even art. I want to someday. But it's like, I'm tired of people like showering these games that are very obviously and quite literally slop. Or it's even some of those games that have come out recently, like, I don't see the interest in eugenics. And there was another game before that I remember somebody being like, this game has been in development for 12 years. And then a bunch of people were like, I've been waiting for this game forever. I'm so excited to finally be able to play this game. And I'm just like, I've never heard of this game. I've never knew this game was being developed. I've had no understanding of this game. And then it like comes out and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get the enjoyment. Routine scared the pants off me. Inspired by Miyazaki because it's so aesthetically pleasing. Are you saying I was excited for Routine? Routine, yeah. I mean, I was excited for Routine. I wouldn't say Routine was slop. Routine was a completely unique experience. I was gonna say that's not a comparison. Yeah, but that's Hightail and Reanimal for you. Hightail. What is Hightail? Minecraft at Home? Oh, that's what it was. That was that new release that like everybody was playing. Yeah. And like that was the game. That was the game that everybody was talking about. Was like, we've been waiting for this game forever. And I'm like, I never knew this game even existed or where it came from. And I don't see anything crazy special about it. Mind you, I was right. That shit was gone in a week. Yes, High Guard did shut down, which there was nothing special about High Guard. I'm genuinely shocked that they decided to do 3v3s. Who in their goddamn right mind was like, guys, we need to make a giant arena, like MOBA sized, make it, was it first person or third person? I can't even remember. First person, we're just gonna say first person. All right, that sounds like a good idea. Huge battlefield, big bases that you have to work through to destroy, and you have to use teamwork to do it. How many players do we want to put on the map? 6. Oh, okay, so like 6 per team. No, 6 total. Why? Why? 3v3? If you're doing 3v3 fucking anything, the map does not need to be bigger than a football field. Even a football field is probably too big. The thing too is the High Guard developers planned on shadow dropping that game, and they think they would have done better if they didn't get the Game Awards advertisement. And I'm telling you right now, it would have done worse. Nobody would have cared. It would have shadow dropped, and it would have slid right under the fucking rug of shadow dropped games that never advertise themselves. Because there was nothing special about it. There was nothing interesting. It had the same generic attempt at realism that it feels like so many Unreal Engine games have. Destiny's Crucible, but set in Deviri. Yeah. That's actually kind of a good size comparison. It wasn't the worst thing to come out for a long while, but it was just exactly. It was bland. It was. I mean, same thing with Concord. Concord was ugly and bland. Has been putting players through. Mahjong needs a competitor. Hightail was it. I can understand that. But it's not like Mahjong does anything than just like update. You scared my cat off in my lap? I'm sorry. Tell the gargoyle to come back. I'll call her a good girl. The thing is, though, is having a good game does not in and of itself equate to a monopoly. World of Warcraft is not a monopoly on the MMO market. Final Fantasy XIV still exists. Made sense since it was from the same dev of Binding of Isaac, but those others, I mean, yeah, I think people were excited because it was the creator of Binding of Isaac, and they were fans of Binding of Isaac that were excited for it. Go apologize to her. I'm sorry, baby. Elder Scrolls Online still exists. It sure is an MMO that exists. We've lost better MMOs than fucking Elder Scrolls Online. Even then, Guild Wars 2 is still going too. Guild Wars 2 is still going. I got more enjoyment out of Guild Wars 2, Secret World, Wildstar, Global Agenda. Those are the ones that are coming to mind. Than I did out of fucking Elder Scrolls Online. Fun fact, y'all. Secret World, the original Secret World, not Secret World Legends. If you played Secret World, the original game, the servers still exist. They still exist, and you can go play it for free. Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 is apparently still subscription-based. So is 14, and so is WoW. Someone did Gaussian blurs on Overwatch until it became almost opaque, then faces got drawn on the Play-Doh faces? Yeah. I want more classic weird games. I want new stuff that's done well. Like, I'm so tired of getting all of these Unreal games that, like, the big thing is just ultra realism. Does Resident Evil 9 look realistic? Shockingly, yeah, kind of. But it's a science fiction game that looks good, feels good, and is just, like, viscerally good. That's too difficult. It costs too much money. Okay, then you deserve to fail. I'm just telling game companies as it is. If you aren't willing to put in the effort to make it an actual enjoyable game and are just trying to make a game that panders to hit certain points or demographics, it's going to suck. It just is. Expedition 33 was a good game because it had a good story, a good plot, and just generally a good appearance. I would tasty, crunchy pixel games. Listen, pixel games are fun for some people. Wait, was that about the modern games like McDonald's burger? The CEOs wouldn't enjoy their product but expect us to? The CEOs don't play video games. I promise you. There's not a fucking video game company CEO on the planet that will play the entirety of any of the games that their company develops. I don't believe it for a goddamn second. Bobby Kotick can shove a controller up his ass, but that motherfucker probably never played World of Warcraft. We see real in our daily lives, yeah. It's also like, God, what was the recent Call of Duty? I genuinely thought that was going to be some other like sci-fi game when the first trailer for it came out. I was like, oh, this will be interesting. Could be like a Deus Ex game, could be something else similar. And then I saw Call of Duty, and then I was just like, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to go put iron to roof of mouth. Thing is, there's only Unreal Engine, Unity, and Godot left in terms of open engines, and all of them look like they're expected you'd expect most of the time. The thing is that's not the limitations of the engines, though. That's the limitations of the fucking engineers, the devs. Are you willing to just let the engine render ultra realistic landscapes like probably most like Pal World and stuff did? Signalist is a good game. Signalist is a very good game. The look of the game, Phosynth? Look Outside is a good one too. I've heard it's good. I didn't have much interest in it though. Beeps. Oh wait, I just realized something. Y'all's chat box you're uncaged. Okay, hold on a second. There you go, chat. Back in the box. Reworking an engine is a huge and long process, though. It's not about reworking the engine. It's about getting it more to do what you want it to. I miss the days of stylized games. I say this all the time, and I forget who I was talking to recently that was like, Dishonored 1's the only good Dishonored game. And I was like, motherfucker, have you played 2? Dishonored 2's the best Dishonored game. They finally got a budget, and you got to see every little detail of the world. It was so nice. It was a wonderfully stylized world. I've got a game to rattle at you in this case. Oh. You have my interest. Go on, queens. Holding on. Space Lesbians, of course, is a good game. Riot in the Streets, otherwise. Holding. Dishonored 1 is the best Dishonored 1 game? Yeah. Yes, the box is the crunchy wall cotton candy. Don't eat insulation. Tickle our art senses. Exactly. Games that like had crazy cool stylizations. Games that actually made you want to be like, I want the art book. I want to see the concepts. I want to see like all of the bits and pieces that went into this game. Bell's Fanfare. Ooh. Oh wait, I did see a trailer of this. New aura cleaner at the once luxurious special, The Witch of the Sea. Interesting. Yeah, I do remember seeing part of the trailer for this because I remember the liner, the ship. I'll add it to the wish list. It definitely looks cute. Oh. Psychonauts, Brutal Legends, Old School Borderlands. Just a few examples. Oh, yeah. 100%. Oh, you sent me the link? Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. Always pre-trip your boats. Your boats. But yeah, it's stylized games just feel like they've been disappearing as the years go on. That like it feels like most games just try to do the as realistic as possible look. It is Shrimp Wire Tokyo. We should pre-trip the shrimpin' boat. Oh no. Ever play Spiritfarer? No, I don't think so. It doesn't even sound familiar, so let me see. Farewell Edition? Oh, I've seen this. This is new. Wait, no, this is 2020. Why did I think this was newer than that? I could have swore this game came out in like 2025. Buoyant's operated aquatic transport. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, that's like scuba being an acronym. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Every game wants to be GTA. Oh my God. I have no excitement for GTA 6. None. None whatsoever. Now my college roommate played Spiritfarer in COVID. Yeah, it says it came out in 2020. Just for some reason, I thought it came out in like 2025, if not 2024. All right, and break, kids, and break. Oh, here, we'll go here. I forgot to set up the game. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, good Lord, they added kick to fucking stream games. Well, apparently it's only for words on stream. Words on stream seems to be the only one that has kick available. All right, kids. I haven't played a GTA game since Vice City. I have GTA 5. I've done very little in it. And even then, I have never once done the story because I could not care less. Terrible underwater breathing apparatus. Fuck you. That's hilarious. Okay. Oh, I've heard a little bit about the game. I do remember seeing like some people like recommending it in places and being like, get the tissue box ready, blah, 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 blah. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not bad, but it's not something noteworthy. Yeah, it's the thing is too is you have an entire game that's just about like 3 of the worst dudes in the city, and you don't really catch my interest. Will only even passingly catch my attention if they announce they magically turned every character gay or into a beaver. It's set in the backwoods of Albania or something.
What's your pleasure? What's
Hi,
your fear?
ma'am. Lucky 13. Hi, Newt. Thank you for doing your season pass. I'm a lurk. Have a good stream. Well, thank you, Nim. We're about to get into the game after this ad break. Ad break means you have time to apologize to my cat. Come here, come here. I grab your hands. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. I wish I could pet the cat. I haven't got to pet a cat since Cheese, which was over 2 years ago now. Over 2 years ago. I miss cats. I love cats. Oh well, guess I just gotta keep petting Coco instead. All right. How much time we got? 30 seconds? Okay, we're not gonna do another round. Marin as recursion and naming? What? What does that mean? Cheese? I miss cheese. I miss cheese. I only got to pet a cat yesterday. It was a chill cat. Aww. Come visit Minnesota. I'll take you to the good restaurants I know. Ooh. Wait, that is Minnesota, right? MN is Minnesota, right? I know ME is Maine. At least I still have my Paris position. True. How goes the Google round stream? Go Marin? What? Minnesota, yeah. Minnesota. Good old Minnesota. All right. All right, we're ready to get into the game. We're ready to get back into the game. We can keep yapping because we're probably gonna have to do a lot of traversal because I think we unlocked a bunch of side missions this time around. Minnesota. Game corner. All right, where the fuck am I? Okay, so last time we did the mask, right? Oh no, we were gonna start the well mission.
That's my hunch.
Okay.
But two, probably connected by underground water veins. That means
Let me know if I need to turn up the game audio
if we
chat.
cleanse one well, it'll just get corrupted again right away. We'll have to cleanse them both.
It's a race to get.
Okay. Oh shit, there's a kid there. No. Whew. I ain't letting any of these get their ability off. UFO hailing party. Let us all get together to call Venetian UFOs. Free admission. Meet at the Calgary Terrace at 5 p.m. Free course on making telepathy hats. Bring your own tinfoil. Okay. Hailing begins at 8 p.m. exact time, subject to change depending on celestial alignments. There have been increasing reports of suspicious lights in the night sky lately. This is the perfect chance to witness some UFOs for yourself. Okay. The worst enemy, a child. It's because technically if they notice you, you can't like purge them. They scream and then they disappear and they spawn a bunch of enemies. All right, so we gotta go this way. Come on, where's my Tingu? Fine, we'll go this way. That was really loud for some reason. I was like, is something right next to me? Oh god, we're finally going to the gas station? Shit. Okay. Yeller. Oh wait, no, this is a different side mission. Okay, so we need to go that way. Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me the cat. Whoop. Shit. Okay, and that is the well, literally right there. Oh, that's a rage walker. Shit. Okay. That was... Why did it jump instead of...
Get him!
Very much like it if my Tinker would pop up. Please and thank you. Fine, we'll do it this way. Ow! That still got me? Okay, this is kind of funny. Oh! That was a first. Hi, guys.
Looks really good.
Oh, hi! Okay. Oh, they do before cleansing the wells? It'll be fine. She's kind of stuck. She was stuck.
All right, now let's cleanse that well.
Okay. Fuck it, we ball.
Okay, that's one well down.
It'll only be a few minutes before it's corrupted again. We've got to get to the other well.
We have to find the others out there.
Ow. Okay.
All right.
See,
no
that
more
was fine.
interruptions. Let's cleanse that well.
That was totally fine. It wasn't even close. Barely 2 minutes. I genuinely have no idea how much time that took.
Looks like we made it.
That's the way.
Somebody's down there. I hear you. Okay. See, the Tingu leaps are too strong, okay? They're just too good. We're also gonna have to turn in our stuff pretty soon. Come on. Okay. Become Ghost Spider-Man? Pretty much. All right, buddy.
The well water is safe now, sir.
And then we'll go do the gas station one.
Now my grandchildren can always have fresh well water.
Yeah. Souls. And there's a telephone right here that we can use to go ahead and send those away. And then get more levels. As they're good for the cute aggression my cat gives me. I mean, it'll miss, it'll only blow up chance. We all want to be Spider-Man, it's just a fact. That's why they keep adding grappling hooks to games. I mean, it's just one of the funner ways to, what's the word? Like, get around a world. It's also kind of one of the easier ones to, like, work into most traversal games. Okay, where was that gas station? It's not what I was trying to do, but I'll take it.
How's this?
Okay. No Jesus statue? We haven't seen a Jesus statue in a bit. There's a cat over there. Oh, well. Oh, can't fit through there, apparently. Oh, but there's a Torii gate highlighted over there. Oh, I think it was that one. Okay. We'll do the side missions and then we'll go do the Torii gates.
It's coming. Won't leave me alone.
Wait, what is this? Okay, it's the hailing party. I have no fire. I'm gonna go ahead and take this. Okay. The watery noises.
You look just like me.
They say we all have 3 people who look like us.
It was a doppelganger.
Yeah, and only one of them can continue to
you die
exist, so
if
when
you
you
meet
see
one.
them, you're required to kill them.
That. It'll also follow you all over the afterlife. I'm so scared.
You're full of pizza? Damn. Damn, pizza's always good. Oh boy, a phone call. I'm sure that's totally fine.
Hold on. I'll answer the phone and see what happens.
Again. Ring a ding ding.
You can't run from me.
Who is this? And what do you want?
Just wait. I'll see you soon.
Something's coming.
Oh boy.
I found you.
Okay.
Help me! Help you! She's the baker!
How do I tell them apart?
That was easy.
You will never escape me.
Okay. Good stun, but shit.
This could be
Ow.
Sure feels like it. Oh.
Good, good.
Okay, that works.
You did good, kid.
Here's a snack.
Why are you getting in my way? There are beings just like me inside you.
Okay.
Would you like to meet them?
No thanks, lady.
Was that you or was that the lady
One of
next to
me
you?
is all the world
Why did you make that sound? Why are you like this? Also, is this basically just a Wraith the Oblivion game? Is this Wraith the Oblivion taking place in Japan?
Okay now? I don't have to
No, wait, it's Orpheus. It's
That's right.
Orpheus.
She won't come after you anymore.
free. I'm finally free. I owe you both so much.
Yeah. All right, now do we get a reward? Oh my god. Okay, is there any other side missions we're missing? Do we need to or want to go farm some Magatamas? Oh, we have whatever this is. All right, we'll go check that out. I think there was an... Oh yeah, there's more down here. Wait, we did that one. Why is it showing up like it's brand new? Oh yeah, there was this one. 3,000? Damn. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that one first. This is true. Identity theft is a serious crime. Oh no. Okay, we don't have anything. Okay, so there's that spirit, but real quick, because... Okay, yeah, we got 20 skill points. Speed boost. Immolation boost. What do we have for equipment? Capacity boost, 10, 10, 10. Draw speed? Draw speed could be useful. Although... I can say we're missing ground pound still, so we'll grab that. And then we can't afford anything else. Let's do draw speed boost.
Hey, that's not half bad.
You KK by chance?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not KK, but,
Yeah.
Oh, is it broken? Hold on a second. Let me see. Did it die? Yeah, it's dead. Hold on a second. I genuinely don't know why it does it. I want to say it's maybe a bug in the system. Like it may have something to do with the how it still has the like Twitch chatbot outage thing that pops up when you open it. Well, no, it was working at the beginning of stream. I just don't know at which point it stopped. I genuinely don't know at which point it stopped. All right, it's back up. It should be working now. Yeah, there you go.
You seem to know me. Just can't remember
Like from
meeting
Animal Crossing? All right, someone need to defenestrate Stevie.
Because my son was always talking about you. He was in a club in middle school. They research paranormal events in Tokyo.
What the fuck do you mean, Sunstar? It's because when the game opens, it has a, like, bot
Gotta say,
connection
that sounds like a
outage
strange
thing
after-school
posted on it.
activity.
I thought they were just playing around. But then the club vanished, including my son.
What do you mean by that?
Nobody knows what happened.
Kids might have looked into something dangerous.
Wait,
But you're KK. You gotta help them. I'm begging you.
wait, is this the school mission?
You're the best.
I don't want to go to the school yet.
Solve any mystery.
Wouldn't go that far. And I'm not exactly in peak condition. Doubt I can help much.
Come on, KK. We have
I know,
to
I
try.
said
The
defenestrated.
man
You gotta go
wants
throw
a
him out a window.
Okay, okay.
My son.
Oh, the flame does actually sound better. Never mind, carry on. Carry on.
Please, just look.
Something tells me, oh, this is the school mission. Ah! And of course, so now there's another Torii gate that's available here that we have to go do. Wait, what did that say? Spirit Well Talisman? What is that? All right, we gotta go do a couple other things first then. We're gonna go do this other side mission, or at least go to this area and see why the fuck it says there's a side mission there. Okay. The ringleader hath spoken, flay them alive. It will fry up their skin and it'll be delicious.
Sense
Snow?
of strange energy.
Oh no. I was not paying attention. Anyway, convenience store. Hey, buddy.
These talismans make ether. Can't hurt to carry some.
Spirit well talismans, those are new. Create a wellspring of ether that can be tapped into by standing inside the area. Talismans are consumed and disappear once used. Huh. Okay. Any foods that have been added? Okay.
This should help refill our ether supply.
Ooh! Generating pull that replenishes your ether as long as you're standing in it. Huh.
You get me anything nice?
No, you don't need anything.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I'm kind of glad I replayed this game because this is new. I've never seen one of these out in the wild. That explains the snow. Do I dare, chat? Do I dare? I think it's possible to sneak up on her. Doesn't seem like I can sneak. Okay, so previously in the game, the first time you would run into this monster was during one specific mission. And she basically comes off like a boss fight. So I genuinely did not expect to find her here. But Mama ain't raised no bitch. Fuck. It fizzled out. It doesn't have far enough range. And I don't think I have nearly enough stuff.
All matter, all flesh must one day return to nothing. And so too do the lingering souls. Why must all become nothing? Why do we think they cannot be saved? I do not seek power, nor the right of rule. I seek nothing but salvation. Salvation for all.
It's giving Moonies, guy. I'm not gonna lie.
All I do stems
It's giving Moonies vibes.
sacred souls. Gather unto me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and then it marks it here. Maybe it's just a bug? Okay, now it's marked as being done. That's goofy. Okay. I think we're gonna go get some stuff first. Let's do a little bit of farming before we go into the school, because the school is my least favorite place on the planet. Chat, do we remember why? Okay.
Step inside, step inside.
So real quick. 500 Jesus statues.
That should...
Okay, it's
Do
that
it.
water one over there. And there's technically 3. Oh, well, let me do it until I go get it. Makes sense. Oops. All right, we'll go grab that, and then we'll go grab the towel, if you will. Come on.
Gonna be some real work to save them all.
Yoink. And it's just tucked right back here. Hey, buddy. Okay. We'll loop around. Let's go to the Kappa that I know I have a cucumber for. What dinner I'm eating? And no, it's not you. Dad put it on the wall. That's kind of funny. Are they just leaving? Oh no, they know I destroyed it. Okay. Let me double check a thing real quick, because I could have swore I got the skill that lets me chain executes, right? Aerial purge. Oh no, it's this one. Okay, I want to get that one next. All right, let's do something fun then. Hi guys, how we doing?
Freeze 'em soft.
Okay. Arson around? I did consider arson. Arson was a momentary option in my mind, but I was like, I don't have any fire. But now I do. Schnack. I didn't have any fire pips, so I couldn't do the flamethrower. Yes, dog, I hear you barking. Hi, buddy. Rice and cooked meat stew. Ooh, okay, my guess was gonna be spaghetti, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking spaghetti.
Sounds like a kappa. Must be close. They like to lurk in places where there's water.
Is that the sewer? It wants me to go into the sewer? What?
Looks like we can get down from here.
Sewers. No shortage of water there.
Okay. Doing my job of lurking? Well, thank you. Okay, I feel like we skipped ahead a whole bunch.
We're outside?
Didn't think we'd actually find a lair.
Hello? There's a ladder over there. Oh, that's the one we came down, isn't it?
Let's try to lure out a kappa. Put a cucumber on that platform.
I don't have any memory of this.
A kappa. What do we do now?
Stay hidden.
The
and wait
usual.
until it's eating.
Burn the poop ghost!
When it's distracted, we move in. Can't rush it.
Yeah. I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? I can't move! Are you serious? I literally can't move. Oh, I'm fucked. I can't stand up. I can't jump. Seriously, game? I'm just frozen. I won't even be able to move to go catch him, like right now. Yeah, cool. Okay, it saved the Jesus statue. It just suddenly froze me. I don't even know why. I was totally fine, but then all of a sudden it was just like, nah. Nah. Eat pants. Alright, that means we gotta go fight the kids again. Hi, guys. Catch. Okay. That's... Give me that. Give me these. Break the things. It's the kappa sound again.
Sounds like a kappa. Must be close.
All right, before we go in there...
Well, look at you.
Looks like we can get down
Just
from
in
here.
case it breaks again.
Sewers. No shortage of water there.
Who was that? Thomas Fan Live 2024. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, Eldry Bell. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. All right.
We're outside?
Didn't think we'd actually find a Let's try to lure out a kappa. Put a cucumber on that platform.
I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it.
A kappa. What do we do now?
Stay hidden and wait until it's eating.
Thing too is he doesn't even come back here at any point.
When
During
it's
his route?
distracted, we move in. Can't rush it.
Makes it just Kappa floating around. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's made mods for this game. I genuinely do not know. I mean, who needs mods when you have, by default, the shrimp suit? Learns to code the first mod for Ghostwire? Oh no. Thing is, I don't even know what it would be. A clown suit? Is that what I need to mod in? Don't see me, 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 don't see me.
It took the bait.
Gotcha, bitch.
You're getting into yokai too, huh?
I'm not sure I'd put it that way.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it, KK. I don't know why you said it that way. Yeah, I want to get the as much Magatama and stuff as we can right now, because they're useful. Okay. Then the next one is the towel. That's way over here. That's fine. We're just gonna go. Because we're at the point in the game where when there's little ghosts, there's gonna be a big ghost. Wait. That's an unusual item there. We're gonna go take a look. Gnaws on the shrimp suit. There's quality material in there. You can't gnaw on the shrimp suit. Oh, I thought it was something else. But I'll take it. Oh, maybe it was this. The Yakuza puffs. Wait a goddamn second. I heard that. There's a collector's item here. Where is it? Where is it? Also, what is up with these triangles on this building? Oh, it's that little thing up there. Is that more shurikens? Oh, it's definitely more shurikens.
Oh.
Okay, so just some of the items you can get multiple of. Because we've found shurikens before. Okay. Oops. Here we go. Oh, what did I trigger? What did I piss off? Oh, there it is.
There.
That looks like an Eton moment. It doesn't seem like it's too worried about us. Just chase after it.
Anybody know
Try to keep
if is
up
this
until
the
it
yokai
stops.
that's like it's supposed to be a towel, but it's actually like men's undergarments? Isn't it? Isn't it like old-fashioned Japanese underwear? All right.
Starting to get into the mind of a yokai.
No. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, maybe he just kind of says that anytime you capture a yokai. Chokes on polyester. No, don't choke on the polyester, you fucking goob. Okay, then there's an umbrella, like, literally right here next to... Oh my god, oh my god. Right next to the shrine, so maybe we can get it. This one's one that's a little bit more annoying. Oh, there it is. It's literally just...
It's a Karakasakozo.
Oh!
Crap!
The fuck was I looking at?
Fled.
Oh, it's a Tanuki.
Nobody's crying about it. We'll have to wait for it to reappear.
I was like, there's a chair there. It's a fucking Tanuki. You dork. Black purse. That's blue. I don't just say blue. Why did I think it said black? All right, then. I didn't think I was gonna fall right on top of the umbrella. I've mattered to sentient washcloth long forgotten. The thing is, it has such a weird shape. And it kind of makes me think that it's like the undergarment that they used to basically tie up like a loincloth. How long is it gonna take for that thing to show up again? Oh, well, I guess we fucked that one. So let's go somewhere else. Fuck it. We'll go unlock the shrine. Ooh, that way. It's less of a corruption. Fuck. Oh. That's not good. I don't think floor signs are supposed to do that. All right, but fuck you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Let's get those two. God damn it.
You're in my house now.
Really? It's kind of funny hearing it come from him. Okay. I have a pretty confident idea that I'm gonna get up there and it's gonna be one of those ghost fucks.
Now to ferry him out.
Oh, we got another new thing. Got those sickles. Oh, shit. Oh, why didn't I sprint? That was weird. Teleport? Oh my god, why can't I fucking hit you? Jesus! Oh my god, I'm lagging now. Okay. Okay, got him. The fuck was that? Sanguine Dancer. Born from bloodlust feelings of unbelonging, they whirl their blades in a frenzy, seeking the blood of the living. Wait, give me that.
Good enough, I guess.
All right. God, I am lagging so bad up here. Drinking into the paper, elders, professional performers these days. Oh, God.
A school bell?
Yep.
Don't remember a school being there.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Okay. I don't want to go in there yet, chat. I don't want you in here. Wait, we haven't talked to this guy, apparently. Oh, and there's another umbrella. Oh, fuck, there's a bunch here. Why is there so many here? All right, let's go to the Oni first. And there's corruption right beneath me. Well, shit.
Get ready up.
Seems like it's just 3 of these. Huh. Okay. Oh, hey!
Well, you know.
Some
Okay.
had too much free time.
Here to you. Give me that. Oh. Give me that. I saw this dancer scared the skin right off me. Oh no.
I'm gonna use your body.
Okay. That's. I remember the school not really having a whole lot of enemies, but it was very much a good horror section. I'm also trying to get these affliction ones because they have usually significantly more spirits in them. Yeah, it was almost 300. Oh, there's another one here too. Use the body? What do you mean use the body? Because he says, I'm gonna use your body? That's because there's an option to have KK do the thing. Oh, shit. All right, that works for me. That makes it a hell of a lot easier to get these, as long as I have a high spot over them. Wait, we're already close to Nick's ad break? What the fuck? All right, Oni, that's what we were going to do. Yoink. Oni. Oh, right, the dog. Hey, buddy.
Do you know where we could find an Oni?
Kibby, don't go first. Okay. Glad I got a bunch of them. All right, lead the way, buddy. boy, parking lot. Can go ahead and hit that. Call it out for you. Strange shit I'm picking up? Yep, there it
What are
is.
these things doing here?
Protect the dog at all costs.
Oh, come on. We good?
That's the end of that. Let's get the dog to call out the Oni.
Come on, buddy.
Looks like we're good now.
Give treat to good boy. I already gave treat to good boy. You have my gratitude for your aid. Let's go. Give me the Magatama. And then there was something back here, which I think
useful.
was... Oh! Help us absorb the spirits instead of trying to quick purge him. Okay. Nothing else special around here? Alright, doesn't seem like it. Although... What's that marker? Hmm... What is that? Snack? Oh, it is just snack. Okay. Oh, there it is.
An Itan moment. Just gotta chase it
All right,
until
what are we
it
at? 2
finally
minutes?
stops.
Okay, we got time. I can get the towel before then. And I need to run to the bathroom during this commercial break. Oh, what the fuck was that? Where did the moment go? Oh, there it is. Damn it. Come on. Good lord. Okay.
You're getting into yokai too, huh?
I'm not sure I'd put it that way.
Oh, there's like the police guys down there. Okay. Let me see something. Let's pause real quick. I think we'll save on these other things is what I'm thinking. Unless I want to get... Ah, no, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just pause it here. We'll have the ad break. I'll give you all the music. And I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat. Don't burn anything down. This time, have fun, kids. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I went to go eat some crackers. I was hungry. So I had a small stack of crackers. I was gonna grab the peanut butter, but then I was like, I touched the peanut butter lid and I was like, it was covered in like oil. It's been covered in oil since I bought it. So I'm like, maybe not right now. It's okay though. I think I'm gonna make some soup and some rice later. Whew. All right, put you away. Put you away. No more music. It's only in-game stuff now. Okay, that's a school we don't want to go to yet. Where were we? Oh, we got the moment. So we'll go get you. Oh, it was you. Hello?
Kid, you're killing it.
Oh, okay. It's just one on the ground? Oh, no, there's two. Okay. Hi. Okay. Did you eat crackers? They're okay, I guess? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. We got the doctor's appointment tomorrow. Oh, okay. I was like, why is it behind me?
Gotta save the Kodama.
Okay. Okay. We good?
We saved the Kodama.
How you doing, buddy?
Awesome.
We should take its power.
I love him. He's the Kodama.
Go.
I used to think he was a melon, but apparently he's a bush. Yeah, there was a time I thought he was a melon. Okay. So I got that one. What's... it's only 5 and it gives a camera filter, which makes me think it's not going to be super important. So we can go run and do that really quick. They dance, they do this like little jig. It's very cute.
Almost makes me feel like a decent person.
Yoink. Why are there a bunch of guys up here? The big guy just sitting up there. Oh, I would have liked to get...
Now's our opening. Get him!
Oh, he got down. Wait, is there another one down here next to me? Yep, there he is. Ooh. Okay, that's just a normal one. Discarded fruit monster? Oh. You didn't see shit. Shut up. Neither did you. Oh, I could get him. Ooh, I could get him. You know what? It's worth it. Excuse me. All right, now give me all these spirits. 750. Worth it. Worth it. Where the fuck was I going? Down there. Okay. Oh, of course it's a phone. That was weird. Okay. What are y'all doing down there? Oh, are y'all defending one of the cat things? I'm coming. Alert! Alert!
You boys mind lending me a hand with something?
And here we go.
There's a place I need you to check out. It might not have anything to do with the current situation, but...
We haven't got time for this.
Fair enough.
So, where is it then?
You're gonna help?
Kid's gonna make us either way. So out.
He's got good instincts. What do you need us to check out?
Thanks.
He's got good instincts. Yeah, I was gonna make us go do it. I mean, listen, we saw giant Rinko multiple times. I think we'll kind of do anything for that. Okay, where is that sending me? Is it here? It seems to be the case. And then we can just poof. Go get real food later? I have cans of soup and a bunch of rice. All right, can we have anything we can turn into you? No. No, we do not. Oh my god, he's singing. Wait, is it the one that we previously, like, fixed all the trees in? Why do you...
Hey, there's a girl.
Why do you have a whole body? Basically.
She disappeared.
Oh, that'll do it.
Follow her psychic trail.
She's holding a cat, right? Cans of soup? The fuck is this? There's 60 seconds? What do you mean 60 seconds?
All matter.
Oh, god damn it.
Maybe she was worried about something.
It's around. Can't let it get away. Use spectral vision to see its trick.
Fuck you. I hate you. Okay. Where the fuck were we going? that. What do you mean 60 seconds? I have like a gumbo soup and I have a doll. And I bought a huge bag of rice a week ago or so. Week and a half ago. Whenever I said I was gonna try to stop eating out so often. Go in here. Oh no, it's right here. Tonight on 60 seconds? I thought it was 60 minutes.
This is tedious.
Let's keep watching.
Also, hold on, I need to buy more arrows.
I don't know if...
Need to buy back our Kibi Dongo.
You get anything good?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
No. No.
I'm guessing you don't come out here that often.
Huh? I come here all the time. There's this Chinese place I've been going to since I was a kid.
Hell yeah. Hello? Oh, wait, were these spirits that I didn't get from when we finished that mission? Wait, why is it directing me all the way back there? We're gonna ignore the Yukiona as much as we can. Come on. Hi, Ziggy. How are you doing? Oh, she's right there. Fuck, do I have to fight the Yukiona? No, because she passed down the other direction, right?
Something over there.
Stop looking at me! Oh, Jesus. She's aggroed. Okay, let's do this. Oh, whiffed it. Hi. Your face through the ceiling! Oh, that's not good. Move, 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 move.
More than a bump on the head.
Tell me about it.
I'm pretty sure that's not doing anything. Ow. Ow! I'm also lagging because of her. Are you done? Oh, thank God. Okay. Parsec's the real thing. Is it now? Blood and Succession, a recording left behind by Ed wherein he discusses Erica. Okay.
Rinko, I've reached the park as we'd planned, but Erica is nowhere to be seen. It's possible she
I wish I could do gang signs and literal god powers. Come out, listen! Believe in yourself.
Given the circumstances, I can't remain in Shibuya for long.
We already knew he
You
left.
understand. Time is ticking. Even without Erica, I need to leave Shibuya. Previously, Erica had a particular question for me. She asked whether affinity is genetically inherited. I told her that my data doesn't support such a conclusion. Or rather, that I simply haven't enough data to reach one. She didn't appear to be very satisfied.
Yeah, there is. It's been out for
I have to say, though,
couple
the fact
months.
that you didn't allow her to fight, that may have been the wrong decision. That's the only real conclusion I can come to under these circumstances.
Matter of largest astronomical objects outside the solar system. Sometimes something. Ah, yes, nerd. All right.
This recorder looks like one of Ed's. Why would it be here? And what was up with that girl?
I mean, they've been all over town,
Let's get back to her.
so you know, it's not that surprising to find them here. We found his laptop on the roof of a building. Remember? Okay, I was actually supposed to call Rinko, but whatever. I'll take the experience. And another call from Ed.
As a result of your transmissions, the situation has improved considerably. Commendable work. Keep it up.
Okay, but I had to wait for it to start ringing.
So how'd it go? You find anything?
The only thing we found was this voice recorder.
I see.
Sorry.
But the hammer icon feels weird. Too bad you're taking the hammer, and you're gonna like
What
it
was that place?
until I decide to take it away again.
I found her first stray cat. It was our emergency meeting point if anything bad ever happened. I was
Oh,
hoping that I could figure out what she was doing during the fight.
I haven't seen her since we got separated.
It's alright. Sorry to send you two out for nothing.
Let us know if anything else comes up.
I just might take you up on that. Thanks.
is that the? Oh, okay. I guess that was the end of that one. Okay, let's check the missions. Otherwise, we may have to go do the school. Or we could go do... Actually, yeah, let's go do a bunch of these. Let's go do a bunch of these. Because they're all in, like, quick succession. Quick travel. The fear of one day showing up and no longer having Mont. Maybe it'll keep you showing up, Sunstar. Maybe it'll keep you showing up.
That's...
Yoink. Oh. Oh, that's gruesome. Okay, but why is it like this? Oh, there she is. That's why. There she is. That's the reason. Anyway, yoink. Oh, shit. That works. Is it clear? Are we good? Nice. Nice.
Just stay out of my way.
What the? If I go up there, there's gonna be an invisible dude, isn't there?
Hey, want me to teach you some new skills? The way you are now?
Oh, no, never mind. It's this motherfucker. Never mind, I'm leaving. Maybe I can do this. Hey, buddy. Come here. God, I hate you. Damn, I was hoping he was gonna dash. I was wrong.
What?
All right, come on. Oh, shit. Okay. Big brazen wise? What do you mean? Come on, buddy. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Okay, got him. Is there any other annoying bitches out here? First we had Kuchiseki Ona, and then we had the fucking Sanguine Dancer. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it in this house. Okay.
Let's get this shrine cleansed.
No one's defending the shrine very well.
That should clear the fog.
Take
On we
that.
go.
Incognito beads. All right, let's see what you do. Longer for enemies to detect you.
Let's do this. Yeah.
You know, I generally forgot that guy's shots or his swings. Oh no, a Rage Walker.
Now, let's do it.
Where did you come from, dude? Okay. Always gotta be one of those dudes woven in there somewhere. All right. Wedding dancing kicked my ass? Of course it did. It's wedding dancing. And you're doing it in front of family, which I would throw myself off a bridge before I did. Okay.
We have to find the others out there.
That's a ghost. That winged out for a second. That was weird. You also that wire just kind of like spaghettiing into the distance, right? Nuts. Okay. Just didn't invite the family? Correct.
That giant seems to be guarding the tower.
Yeah.
You
That's
can
a
barely
problem.
see him out there. He's like right there. Nope, not close enough. Okay.
I'm gonna use your body.
Okay. Also, we got experience, right? Nice. And we'll get I want the chain. Hell yeah.
Hey, that's not half bad.
Okay.
Now!
Okay. There's just a lot of stray spirits in this sector. Jesus. Need both of those. What is that outfit? Dirty minded sons right here. I'm gonna use your body if I want to. I'll fuck it. I'll fucking take it. Listen, every day goes by and we get more and more cyberpunk. Of course, without any of the cool cybernetics. Which sucks. Fun fact, chat. If we were actually following the, cyberpunk timeline, we would have already got, full, let's do this real quick. Let's get some Jesus statues. Some, full body conversions would already be available. You could actually be your persona, chat. You little freaks. All right, give me my prize. Sleuth beads. Sleuth beads. It feels like it's more about, finding extra stuff. Not the right thing. Inventory. KK's investigation. No. Ooh. Oh, shit. That's a really good to get extra skill points. What am I using right now? Archery? Okay, we'll do that for now. All right, buddy. You got a side mission for us.
Every night, you can hear piano music, even though there's no one there.
Hey, Sugar, will you do me a favor? Will you get the gun and take Sunstar out back for me?
Just got super creepy. It's kind of got me worried.
The first mod versus the new lead mod.
Could be the music itself has gotten corrupted somehow.
It was nice knowing you. Find the piano school. Okay. More spirits. All right, piano school.
Music again?
Hello. Ooh. Oh. Oh, there's school kids there. kind of just wanted to jump on the police officer here, but that's fine, I suppose. Come on. Come on, give me the sneak attack. Stop targeting me. Okay. Y'all can stay up there on the roof. Okay. Oh, I hear the piano. Okay.
Piano school. The music's coming from there.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh,
But they were drawn by the
Jesus.
corrupted music.
Oh, his ass. Okay, I was not ready for the big man to materialize right in front of
Get
me.
in there and stop this recital once and for all.
All right. Ding dong.
The music stopped.
Well, shit.
What's that?
It's a very good
There's
question.
nobody here. Let's look around.
Oh, hey, merch. Hey, chat, you should go check out the merch. We have really cool merch, and the jacket's really comfortable. Although summer is coming up, so I totally understand if not. The sink's running. Charlotte, can I flush it? Nope. Nope, not even a little bit. All right, there's something up there. Shrine. Hello. Journal. It must be crazy hearing the hollow echo of notes against the walls of that empty room. And yet there's no mistaking that take on the song. I know that girl's rendition of Moonlight Sonata anywhere. She was my only student capable of true genius, but the accident put an end to that. Claimed her life and stole her talent from the world. Now there's nothing left in the classroom but echoes of the past. But even if they're echoes, I can't stop listening.
Could this kid be the one playing the music? I think that was Moonlight Sonata we heard before.
Delivery slip to Desako Piano School. Following items are delivered. Portrait of Giovanni.
What's this?
Portrait, you saying? Hello. Major minor prodigies. Giovanni is most widely remembered as the mentor of Santon, the piano progeny. However, there was a time when he himself was regarded as a genius. His fame was fleeting. Few remember his earlier work, as he quickly became relegated to Santon's shadow. Santon's shadow. At the young age of 11, Santon ended up pushing Giovanni out of the limelight and taking everything he had.
What do you expect? Child prodigy is more interesting than some old guy. Hey, start it up again.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Serbian Psycho. Beyond the pig, and White Fog. Cyber something? Is the manga on there? Zombomb, John's Coffee. Brain Preserved. Law Lobotomy. Amazing. I like Law Lobotomy. Okay, so it was the girl.
Were you the one playing that piano?
Playing is fine, but you're disturbing the whole neighborhood.
I'm sorry.
My God, it was the little kid.
I just want to play Moonlight Sonata again.
I love bottoming? What the fuck do you mean it said I love bottoming? Lobotoming.
Piano sounds different now. I just can't recognize
Why is it like this?
no matter how I try.
Thanks,
Why do
Google
you think she got
captioning.
worse?
It's not her. It's the music itself that's corrupted.
Ah, yes.
We have to
You.
find out why.
It's
That's the
you.
question.
That portrait is...
Darwin.
It responded. It's a portrait of Giovanni.
It's the musician from the magazine. Bet it's him that's causing the corruption.
I'm jealous of the girl's talents.
Yeah. He resents how much the girl resembles his own pupil, and he's jealous.
I shall not lose to some vaunted prodigy. My skills are far superior.
Okay.
Sabotaging a kid? Now that's pathetic. Adults are supposed to be there for kids, help them.
You know, I forgot about this. I remember doing this mission once before, but I had forgotten that he actually jump scares you. Hi, sweetie.
Everything's okay now. You should be able to play Moonlight Sonata again.
Apparently, it came across in the painting. Apparently. I'm trying to remember too. I think I played this game in all my previous playthroughs in Japanese, and I'm pretty sure he still yells at you in English, even when you have the Japanese captions on. Also, look at how worn out the piano bench is. Jesus.
Sweet little tune.
I didn't know you had any taste.
Well, now you do.
I mean, everybody likes Moonlight Sonata. Everybody and their mother who ever learned to play a piano learns Moonlight Sonata at some point.
I feel like you're right. We can play Moonlight Sonata again. I'm so happy.
And then
Too bad
she
we won't
goes
hear
to
her
heaven.
Yeah.
Nothing else inside. The mail. Okay. Cope this shitter. Oh no.
Helping people's kind of nice.
Yeah.
All right, what do you have to say?
I heard it. The music back normal. Ah, so peaceful.
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, there's the Jesus statue revealed. Let's go grab that. Guess he's not home. Who said that? Oh, hi, graffiti. It's the pud. No, 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 no.
Hey, pretty cool.
Jesus statue, Jesus statue, Jesus statue. Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh, God damn it! Go down. God fucking damn it, I hate these things.
Hate to disappoint them, but...
Let's shut this down.
Which one's... Cease and desist. These things just automatically spawn and you're basically just required to do them. And it really sucks. Is everyone dead? No, well, kind of. They all got turned into spirits.
I'm beat.
That was a close shave.
They all got turned into spirits, and that's why we're like collecting these. Because hopefully after it's all done, I guess everybody just gets their body back. It's kind of the assumption we're living on. As long as we can like end whatever spell he put over Tokyo. Okay. Where was I? Going here? Fast travel here. Yeah, he's technically taking all the souls he can for a ritual. And we're trying to save him. We're like the only person because we're kind of like... We happened to die in a motorcycle accident at the time that like everybody was disappearing. There's 100% going to be some fucking flying bastard here. 100%. Okay, I'm fine with these guys. These guys are A-okay. Okay. The key to not being dead was dying? Yeah. And then we got resurrected by KK, who now lives in our head and gives us superpowers.
On to the next.
Spirit. Okay, we've got the other one. That one's the one that, like, shows us nearby. Spirits. Goddamn. Y'all are noisy. Oh, is that this big cemetery? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Can I? There we go. Ah, yes, the giant cemetery. Hello? I'll take it. Totally normal, totally fine. Talisman beads.
We're getting closer.
We'll just have to keep this up.
I'm at the gas station. Okay. And there it is. Let's say, I remember there being a quest in there. Apartments over there. Okay. That's a pretty big courtyard. Oh. Oh, it's right there, isn't it? Aha. The line at the ramen store. Interesting.
Huh? What's going on?
It's that giant. It's like a hurricane.
Holy
Like
shit!
he brought some friends too.
Okay. Give me that Odin, please. Oh, come on!
Okay, it's down.
Hit in the legs. Hit in the legs!
You're on a roll.
Hello?
Well, you know.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't have any. I'm stuck. Oh, come on. I'm out of arrows. I'm stuck on the wall.
Probably use this to smash down from above.
Worth it.
It's over. They're gonna show up. I wish they just let us know in advance.
Ooh. Cutscene? Trimble ass? Oh, what the fuck? Where'd my clothes go?
Anywhere near that.
When did it change my
The
clothes?
whole area's covered in fog.
Oh, I wasn't looking at my hands. Were my hands normal?
Blundering around in there.
I hadn't been paying attention if I had the gloves on from the shrimp costume. Maybe it changed it earlier.
So, what are we going to do then?
Simple. We cut straight through. I'll lead the way. Come on.
All right, we gotta go change the costume again.
Moving.
Hold on. Because otherwise it's not worth chat's money. As we all know.
On?
It's very important. Also, I just realized how low my health was. Hello?
Cut through the fog? Can we?
Legend of the Giants. Giants roamed these lands. Movements brought about powerful winds. Great mountains rose in their wake, and even their footprints formed massive canyons. Daidoro
Really just do that?
Don't worry. Rinko and the others came up with a way to do it. Just have to hope it works.
All the snacks under the sun. Okay. Oh. Mind your business, Ossifer. Also, hold on. It says there's the cat here. Oh, I do have something. Oh, I have two things. Even better. Outfit, towel. What? Are these outfits I don't have? What are the astral beads? Oh no. More collectibles. I will nom your scrimp. That's illegal. What is that? Oh, that's the blade weasel. All right, let's go get that Jizo statue and then we can go. Come on. Come on. Let me up, god damn it. Hello? Where's my Dingo? Oh, bad touch. A child. What's worse than an army of ghost chants? A child. No. Sorry, kiddo. All right, give me my Jesus statue. cheap mecha building kits off Temu to see what I get, mainly see if I like the hobby. Got them on sale officially to arrive since 5 days. Not that I don't want actual official merch, it's just spending 5k, which is 50 bucks my currency. Only today bothered to check. Which I'm getting. Apparently I'm getting the Hygog and Camphor. I don't know what any of those mean. Alright, let's go grab... Oh, shit. You know what? Let's fight her. Why not? Oh, there's a PD over here. Never mind.
Hey, watch it.
Huh? I'm more here for the cute dog graffiti. All right, let's go get in trouble. All right, chat, time to fight the pretty lady. Oh, ma'am. Hi.
Move down.
American special. American special. American special. Well, damn. See, not so bad. With some upgrades. All right.
You've got strength to spare now. With that, I bet you could pick up some new skills.
I feel like there's going to be like collector items around here. Maybe? Maybe? Not so bad with some upgrades? Yeah, it's fine. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Okay, that looks like something. It's like a hat, maybe? Okay. Personal favorite of mine, giant mech scale shotgun. Oh.
It seems that the dragon has struck again.
Oh, that's right. I can't get back there.
Those sliding doors look awfully bare.
It's
Yeah.
always like this. They used to depict a great dragon.
Yeah, the dragon decided to go for a walk, apparently.
There was a samurai who had lost many friends in battle. He mixed their blood with ink and painted a great dragon in their honor. But unfortunately, it came that this dragon
One,
brought great disaster upon the
badass.
land.
Two,
The blood
doesn't
of the
sound like the
dead
best way
probably
to
corrupted
remember
me.
someone.
Those friends of his must have had some serious lingering grudges.
The head priest at the time tried to burn the sliding door to ash. But the dragon leapt out and dove into a dragon den, a place with abundant chi. They say that it vanished into
A
the
dragon den?
invisible channels of energy.
The dragon flew out of the painting? Come on.
Well, if the ink was corrupted, it could. Dragon veins and dragon dens. Let's search the area.
All right, we'll do that
Find
after the
them,
ad break.
Maybe we'll find our dragon.
All right. Actually, let's do a hard save too. Yoink. Okay. Let's get game on screen. Start the game. Give you all the music. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere, but I do need to check some things. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Actually, hold on. I actually do need to split. I need to refill my water. It is empty, and y'all would be mad at me if I left it empty. I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go pet Coco too while I'm at it. Okie dokie. I pet the puppo. She breathed in my face. It smelled fucking terrible. She's extra stinky today. Oh, I don't think we have any dentist sticks or anything of what those things are called for her. Okay. All right, we gotta wait for the game round to finish. Even though you failed the last one. Don't think I didn't notice. Don't think I didn't notice. I saw that shit. I saw that shit, Chant. I saw your ineptitude. You disappoint me so. Why? Why? We were robbed? A likely story. A likely story. The often motto of someone who didn't try hard enough. Good? Good? Sunstar. What do you mean, good? What do you mean by good? Are you going to answer me? Or are we going to have to take this into the mod chat? We good? I mean, good. I am going to hang you from your ankles. You rat bastard. All right. All right. Let's put this away. Scrungle the Sunstar. Scrungle the Sunstar. All right. No more music. No more fish. Back to ghost hunting. Although apparently in this case, we're not dragon hunting. All right, dragon. Hello? Dragon? Out here? Oh! Hate hurt too. Hate hurt.
Okay, over there.
Ooh.
It's moving along the dragon veins. Try to follow it to its den.
Is that the reasoning behind
That's
it?
a dragon den. All right, let's seal it.
And seal. Shrimp hand. Shrimp hand.
Wait up! Must have run off to another den. Gotta seal that too. Then it'll have nowhere to run.
Ah,
No
shit.
choice but to face us.
You weren't here before. Oh. Oh, there it is.
Another dragon
Okay. Really just acted game, then went straight back to take? What do you mean? Me taking...
So just seal up any we find.
Oh, interesting. Oh, there's one up there. Yeller? How many of these did he make just around this one cemetery? Something out of a cartoon? Because we're wearing gloves.
Places to go.
Went... Oh, there he is. And now this would have been terrible, except we already beat the Crimson Lady that was here. So we just keep winning. Although this one's different.
Just give it up, Dragon.
Okay, but that's... Oh my god!
It's persistent. I'll say that for it.
Ow! Bitch.
Avoid the hit.
Oh my god, there's more of them coming out. Oh, shit. You get nothing. Good day. Good fucking day. Okay, that'll do.
There's only one thing left to do.
Now, time for you to head home.
Okay. Bye-bye, dragon. New badges almost every time. Does Tuka have a new badge? Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that
Go
marathon?
back to the temple. Check on that sliding door.
Is that marathon? I'm only guessing. I'm not gonna head back to my place? Yeah. Alright. Dragon's back.
Cleanse the dragon's corruption.
Wow, that is a really
Now,
droopy dragon.
Finally put those souls to rest.
You have my deepest thanks. With this, disaster should finally subside.
What do you mean, yeah? I said it like that because I didn't get the bit.
It's
I
actually
didn't understand the bit. Wooden fish? That's a fish?
pretty cool painting.
Feels like it could jump right out. Oh, come on. You know what I mean.
You dork.
Hero thing is hard work.
Okay. How stocked are we right now? Not very, but I'm gonna start a fight just because I can. Hi, bitch. Fuck you, I hate 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 you. All right. I hate that weird flying lady thing so much. Okay, now we can turn these in. Let me in. Let me in. Take the souls. Take the souls. A marathon silkworm badge? What is silkworm? What is silkworm? Sunstart being the most Earth? I mean, I do a lot. I and ha quite a bit. All right, let's see. Did we get enough to increase the speed? Oh no, we gotta use the Magatomas. Okay. HP restoration. Let's do this. Yoink. Duration boost is good. Live duration. Wire in duration. Faster sneaking is not bad, but yeah, we got 15. Can I do anything 15 over here? Actually, yeah, let's do that. Oh, darn it. That's fine, then we'll just level the radius of the fire explosion. Okay.
I feel like I could take on the world.
Hold on, let me check something. What level are we at with some of these? So almost leveled up all the way. 40 for the speed boost. Okay. What else do we have? Oh man, I did miss something. I fucking knew it. I knew I was gonna miss a collectible. Uh-oh. Oh, it's you. Okay. Oh, well, damn. All right, I gotta start breaking a lot more stuff. Gimme.
What's that?
Aw, he's just a little guy. Okay, so I think we're going after this other shrine over here. But I need to break a bunch of shit on the way. Especially back at this canister over here. Because I need more fire. Oh, hello. Littering at a grave? Or a pickled plum? I'm pretty sure he's supposed to, it's like supposed to be leaves. What are you hood rats doing? Oh, it's the GA twins. Light him up, knock him down? Oh, hi, y'all did chase me.
Hurry and finish him.
The tracksuit ones. I don't think I would be able to get that. Oh no, I got it. Okay. Give me all those pips, please and thank you. Alright, now where was that? Ah, there it is. Wait, uh-oh.
We might find
Oh.
a cop if we look hard enough.
I'd rather run into a Tengu myself.
You a big Tengu fan or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Let's try to lure out a kappa. Put a
All
cucumber on
right.
that platform.
Might as well. Alright, there he is.
A kappa? What do we do now?
Stay hidden and wait until.
And then we'll get the Tory gates.
When it's distracted, we move in. Can't rush it.
Yeah. Game about patience. Tengu fan? Are you a Tengu fan? Personally, I'm a big fan of Yukiona's and
Starts eating,
Kuchisekiona's.
move in.
All right, what are you doing? What's not to love about Big Scary Lady? Okay, I need to ask, who has seen that borderline hentai game? I'm pretty sure it's on Steam, of a Kuchisekiona. If you've seen it, you know it. I know you do. If you've seen it, you know the exact game that I'm talking about.
It took the bait.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I have no idea what the name of the actual game is called. I've only seen it on occasion.
No. I wouldn't say that.
All
Better
right.
watch your step, or you're gonna trip and fall.
There it is. I was gonna say, this, I'm pretty sure if I'm right. You know what? Come here, boys.
Come on, KK. Right there with
Up. One down.
I'll take that.
Two down. Fuck is that sound? Hello? Y'all heard that, right? Was that just like drums on like one ear? Didn't like that. Didn't like that one little bit. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, that's the path I walked. All right, we'll go there. Weasel time. Oh,
What the hell is that?
what is it? Oh, it's Miramo moss. Oh, gross and fresh water, brought mainly for viewing pleasure. Yeah, because they're really cute and they're little bitty things. They work well in just a sealed container. They're very cute. All right, Weasel.
There's a Kamaitachi. It's not paying any attention to us. Get moving. Chase after it until it stops.
Cardio, 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 cardio. Oh, there's a Jizo statue here. Where'd it go?
These statues are everywhere.
Did I... Oh, no, there it is. You better not go in that fucking fog.
Stop moving.
Let me get close enough. It's basically in the fog. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we got it. How's the game so far? I love this game.
Take good care of that.
Okay. Got 2 Magatamas in quick succession. Works for me. Punch. Okay. Let's go do... Guess we'll do this, actually. Because if we go there... I'm trying to remember... what that makes us do. I'm pretty sure soon at some point we're gonna hit like a point of no return. Excuse me, let me just... Thank you. Just gonna leave y'all there. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Shut up.
In there.
No! Because it's not ready. Okay, we'll go in here then. They look like little moss spiders? No, they're moss balls. They're just little moss balls. Oh boy, a parking garage.
Back. Great. More more of these things. Of all the times.
Hello,
Can we get the
darkness,
power
my old
back on?
friend.
Yeah, breaker should be over past that flashlight.
That's
Try using
fine.
spectral vision. Never know what we might find.
Well, I can't get rid of these. Whoop. That guy's way down there. Oh, hey, arrows. Wait, that doesn't bode well. This game hasn't, like, given me arrows unless it expects me to be required to use them. Bit late today. The fog here is so thick I don't even want to walk outside. I'm just going to wait here until it's... here a bit until it clears. Okay. Oh, shit. Hi, ma'am. You don't see me. Shut up. Shut up. Don't look at me. Do not observe. Whoop. Bam. Oh, then there's an officer behind her. Whoop. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, there is something here.
Wonder what
Shoes?
this is.
Red shoes. For a young girl, in fact, supposedly belonged to one who was taken away to a far-off land. Is that a Dorothy reference? Did they just hit us with a Dorothy reference? Okay. Hi, Ossifer. You don't see shit. Shut up. Trip, go away. Even if the small lady in the corner just keeps staring at me. Oh, god damn it, she's coming back. So is this like motorcycle parking? Ma'am, would you please go the other direction? Thank you. Oh, of course, there's the big dude.
Crap! Don't sweat it. You got it. All right.
Okay, well, at least the lady in red didn't seem to trigger. That's fine. Is there another guy down here? Oh, there he is. Okay. There she is. On the other side of that pillar. I know you're over there, ma'am. Yes, the one with the hedge scissors. She's really tough, and I can't execute her in one move, but I can at least eat half of her health if I can sneak up on her. But sneaking up on her is the hardest part. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, good God, the noises. Please let me get close enough. Please let me get close enough. Catch, bitch. Alright, do you want to do this the fun way? Burn, baby, burn.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I want a melee. That's horrifying. But also very cool. Alright, hold on. I need to swap. Because we keep finding so many goddamn Yakuza puffs. I might as well kind of use them. I think. Rice crackers? No, we don't need to eat the rice crackers. Oh my god, I have so much food types. So many food types. We'll eat the ohagi. Okay. Oh. Nice turn. Gimme.
That took you long enough. Yeah, that's on me.
Yoink.
What's this?
Akibeko. Healing from Fukushima depicting a rotund red cow. You say it's a cow? Question for new employees. So I just started here this morning and I had a question. Are the rumors about the fuse box true? I heard somebody got electrocuted and died. What?
Corruption's making things harder for us.
What? Huh? Okay, is this the direction we're going? Yeah. Anyway. Stream streak? 110? Damn cool. Welcome in. Okay. Still totally normal, I guess. Yeah, hello. Alright, it's gonna fuck up my costume? Fuck, no, it's not. Oh my god. Oh, it's so terrible. It's terrible in every way. I'm a shrimp. What do you mean? Also, hi, Sour.
Take a look.
I'm a scrimp. Scooshy shrimp. Why did Gigi let you put that on? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Chat paid for it.
Damn.
That is a chunky fucking bike. Jesus.
But what's custom about it?
Got some kind of anti-spirit tech, from what I heard.
How does...
In theory, it ought to get us through the fog.
Okay.
How about in reality?
Quiet. Give me a sec.
I'm thinking.
It won't even start.
Of course not.
Yeah.
There's no gas in it. Plus, the custom turbocharger's busted. We'll need a replacement turbine wheel to get it running again.
Why is it busted? It was just sitting in here.
The real problem...
You're telling me somebody stole the turbo in this private garage, basically?
What?
This is no ordinary bike. It's got the power to cut right through that fog. To do that, it needs special oil from the other side.
Oh God.
Fresh out.
Okay.
We gotta get.
So
we
how do
gotta
we get
find
some?
underworld oil.
Dunno.
You... If you don't know, then what are we supposed to do?
Exorcism at. I have spiritual powers. If there are anything's troubling you that you can't see, I can help. Call me anytime. Confidentiality guaranteed. Rapid, best-in-class exorcism. Oh my God, Ed was selling it.
Better get that.
Hello.
Someone's gonna force their help on us.
Oh my fucking God.
I didn't have all day to wait for you to pick up.
Oh my God,
So
it's
I rigged this
Ed.
phone to ring periodically and play back a recording. No need to talk, just listen to my instructions.
I know, but it seems like it forces you into like KK's outfit for cutscenes.
You're in the garage, which means you're trying to use Rinko's motorbike. And now you don't know where to find the necessary fragrant underworld oil. I've told you before, KK, but I'm sure you'll have forgotten.
How the fuck do you always know this?
Smart guy.
Kiss my ass.
You can find the oil in places where the underworld's interference is especially potent. Anywhere you can see it spilling over into our world. This should be readily apparent. Now get searching. Signing off.
Okay.
Any idea where to look?
Not yet. Let's find a good vantage point. Scope out the area.
Maybe run
Around
all
here,
the way
best
back.
bet might be the Mitake real estate building.
Okay. Oh, okay. Just bashed myself in the head with it. Please and thank you. Anything else to be concerned about in here? Maybe.
So, Ed,
hopefully not.
Does he usually communicate with recordings like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes he'll go a week or more without saying a word in person. One time I wanted to make him talk, so I told him there was a ninja hiding behind him.
And did that work?
Nope. But later he sent me a 20-minute recording of ninja facts.
Okay, that's hilarious though. Okay. Well, that doesn't look
Bike
good.
of Rinko's has some serious mods on it, huh?
Yeah, those guys are all into that kind of thing. Rinko's really particular. Not just with the bike either. One time she even built her own cleaning robot. That was mainly because she died before she'd pick up her broom, though.
I mean, the apartment kind of spoke to that, not gonna lie. I see you coming, big man. Okay.
Yeah, that's the way to use my power.
More levels. Don't mind if I do. What you doing, buddy? What you doing? Poke, poke. Alright, guess we're going up there. I suppose. Have one go up here first. Oh, okay, there are things over there. Hello? Oh, come on! There's two of them! Three of them! Oh my god, there's one per fucking thing. Son of a bitch, dude. Son of a bitch.
We can still save more.
I think it's too, is because they're flying, I also can't get... Oh wait, I can. Never mind, I'm not even wearing it anymore. Alright, one down. Oh, there's a railing there. Totally didn't notice it. Listen, aerial purge at a distance where you get to dash at him. So good. So good. I don't think I'm high enough. Ooh. That'll do it. Because these things are a fucking nightmare to fight. Need to... Oh, I can't purge this one. Huh. Okay. We good? Everything fine? See, that made it so much easier. Oh. Never mind, we're still missing one. There's one over there. Damn it. I blew it. Alright, does this one have one of the ugly things? Oh. Oh, I missed a folder. Oh, it's inside. Oh, that's corrupted too. Because that's very useful. Because it's free skill points, baby. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here. Smash. Go back up. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, then. Thank God. Hi, Zyber. How are you doing? Alright, that should be it. Nice. Give me that. Another prayer box. Give me that. I hear crows. I don't see crows anymore. Oh, they're all on top of here. Use it to reveal all of the nearby Jesus statues. We'll talk to the cat in a second. Only the one. Talisman, night vision. Tinfoil hats. Pretty sure I don't have that. You. Ah. The things I've spent. Okay.
Get me anything nice?
Give me anything nice. Oh, there's another one here. Okay. Spend you. All right. More sleuth. Oh, hello.
Wonder what this is.
A clay statue and a horse. Hanawa. Earthen statue figures produced during Japan's Kofun period. Kofun? When is that? Anybody know when that period is? Because I ain't got a clue. Oh, no. Hide and seek part 2. All right. Let's go to skills real quick because we've got 30. Totally silent for 10 seconds. Actually, let's do this. What do you cost? 20? 20? Sure. Radius bigger. You know what? Sure. Do kind of need to get some more upgrades here. Carrying capacity for food's not a bad idea, but... fuck it. Alright, does fire look different now?
You're getting a little better.
Well, I think it's bigger. I think the arrow looks bigger. Okay. Let's go. Oh, okay, that's right. I selected the side mission. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is the.
You're Yosuke, right? We already played with you.
Finger gun machine gun will always be my favorite. It's pretty fun and it's pretty useful.
Come on, play with me.
Kid's weirdly determined.
All right,
Guess
buddy.
we can go a little more.
All right.
Okay, I'll hide somewhere inside the shrine grounds. Come find me.
Oh. Okay then. Wait, what is that red? That's the cat. Hello? Where did you go, buddy? Hiding inside the grounds.
Nobody's playing here.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Found him. He's inside that shrine.
hold on. I saw that. Where did that go? Is it up there? How far away is this level 2 sleuth man directing me? Jesus. Oh, it's taking me all the way to the objective building. Jeez. Okay. More like Ghostwire Dorkio. I will hang you by your toenails.
Of course it's locked.
King.
Look for a key. Can't be far.
Yeah, let's see if we can talk to. Do you know?
How odd. I can't find the key to that shrine. I could have sworn I left it in the main hall.
Let's say it has something to do with these curves. Not my toenails? Yes, your toenails. Step inside, step inside. Oh, it's right there. Excuse me, pardon me.
That's the shrine
Yoink.
key. Time to end this game.
All right, V, how goes production? How goes production? I'm very excited to start seeing character designs.
Nobody's playing here.
I need to know. I need to know. That rat bastard. Oh,
Where'd he go?
he did the same thing he did last
Think this has
time.
got something to do with the vanishings, KK?
Could be. Maybe he just got bored and left. Either way, we're done playing his game.
Okay. All right, so let's see. Oh, Oh, hide and seek 3 way out there. Shit. Okay, we'll go do this one. Bloodthirsty Blossoms meat ducking. What's that one mushroom song? Anybody know the one? Somebody made like an animation of like one of the Hololive girls, the Japanese Hololive girls dancing to it. Yoink. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. That was actually a really quiet sneeze. It's always a gamble with my sneeze. Ooh. Wait, oh. It's like I hear spirits.
That's good. Now to help more.
Okay. Come on. Fine. It really doesn't like anything that isn't just a flat top. Oh, ooh. Hello, sir. Hello. Excuse me. Pardon me. All right. When money was given to more people, wanted to rap on. Oh, that makes sense. Officially begins this weekend. Meanwhile, I'm talking to the artist that did my current background about other artists. Ooh. Oh, got you. Got you. I just wanted to know where things. I don't want to fall in there. It's like another one of those ones that turns into an ambush if I fall in there. 700? Jesus. Okay. This is definitely a fight.
Blossoms. Trees corrupted.
All right. Are they coming after me? There they are.
We've got company. Time to roll.
You just had to throw something at me at that point, didn't you, bud? Cold. Get cold. Get cold. Get cold. Fantastic. Oh, they're gonna hit me from behind. Why are there so many of you? Oh my god. Okay, fine. There's more! You know what? There's so many things just here. Okay. Give him the bluest of balls. Oh no. Is the first official Redditor? What?
Let's cleanse the tree.
What do you mean by that? I mean, she's an anxiety-ridden FBI agent. Of course she has to scroll Reddit. Plus, she's an analyst.
Now that's how.
Which
cherry
again does not
blossoms
make
should
sense
look.
why she was sent into the field. I'm partially convinced that the old man at the beginning, the guy that like calls Grace into his office, is in on something. Because he just sends an analyst out to do field work and then doesn't check up on her at any point. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Okay. That's very interesting. All right, let's go to this other side mission. Yeah. Oh, hello. Need more? Doesn't look like it's gonna give me a thingamadoohickey. Oh, there's a mermaid right there. Oh, there's two of them. God, I hate those things. Okay. Come on. Where's my Tingu? That last second. Are you serious? Oh, there's graffiti here.
Oh.
Hi, kids. Okay. You slammed into something. Hey, puppy. Okay. Want to cash in right now? Fuck it. Fuck it. Might as well. See if we get some more experience points. Are we winning? We're always winning, baby. Always winning. That's actually very curious. I want. Did somebody do like free cam and stuff for that? Uh-oh. Another migraine.
Akito. Just go.
Okay.
Never leave. Not until I save you.
Step inside. Step inside. Okay, well, we leveled up once. Hi, Courtney Doctor. Thank you for the self-care.
4 of us working out here died in 3 months.
Damn. Anyway. All right, guys. We're gonna call it there just so that I don't drag y'all through it and like end after that side mission. We'll be able to do that next week. But rest of the week shenanigans, y'all. Tomorrow, Resident Evil 9. We're gonna be continuing. I want to get out of that fucking hospital. Haven't only saw the cutscenes on Twitter. It wasn't a very clear picture. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I do like seeing all the little details that the game has. And I'm very excited to get back to it. And hopefully we can at least get out of the fucking hospital tomorrow. Was a side quest for Krish? Correct. He showed up at like the end and then went into like the mine afterwards. To get out of the retirement home? No, it was, I would not call that place a retirement home. It was like a mix of a normal hospital and a sanitarium. Which is certainly something. Certainly something. Wait, is that today? Interesting. Chat, do we want to go raid somebody who's doing a charity stream? Actually, what is Salty doing? Fairbanks is doing well. Ah, Vintage Story. Somebody was talking about Vintage Story earlier. All the voxel games in the world. And then I guess I'm just gonna... Nobody's jumping out at me. Juzo? Do we want to raid Juzo, who's doing Dead by Daylight? No, we're going to raid Homies. Homies is doing Outlast Trials. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Noon CDT? CDT, I think. AKA same time as today. And we're going to be doing Resident Evil 9, which we're probably going to try to get into it as fast as possible because I want to get through it at this point. I got quite a lot of spoilerage over the weekend. And so now I'm just like, I just want to get to the end of this game so I can be ready for the DLC at this point. Go to medical? 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 I mean, that's one way to do it. But that's going to be it for today, guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. Stay out of trouble, have fun, don't burn anything down. Let's get the crime brulee. I almost put a capital in there, and I don't think it would have worked with a capital. If you have a sub, please use the Molotov cocktail version. If you don't have a sub, feel free to use the crime please, which I kind of think is the cuter version of the two. Until then, though, guys, good night.